Hello. I'm just looking at the chat. I'm like, goodness. Hello, class. Welcome to the thing. I added a new little screen option just because I know I have to organize some reference images at the start. So I figure you don't have to watch me not doing anything on Clip Studio. Yeah. Hello. I didn't put on any makeup because I was tired and organizing other stuff. That is different and I'm scared. Only for a little bit, Big Smith. Don't be afraid. Be not afraid, even. Also, do I look very, like, teenage dirtbag right now with my little, I got my hat on? Okay. Well, I'm gonna let y'all chat it up for a little bit longer, and I am going to put together these reference images for the commission that I am at least going to be starting with. Thank you, Squirrel. I appreciate it. Oh, I'm honestly, I'm usually pretty light on like makeup stuff anyways, but I've been trying to be not too gremlin mode for these, slash making an effort to, like, you know, get dressed and put on a little bit of like makeup and stuff. Thank you. Yeah, it is like really weirdly bright in here right now, so we'll see how long that lasts, but oh yeah, it was a weekend. How is everybody doing? I'm freaking tired, but at least mostly for good reasons, so you know, I can complain but not too hard. Works on fire weekend was good. Alright, well, I'm sorry to hear that, Big Smith, but also glad to hear that 50%. Man, I still need to figure out my shelf stuff. I can see, I'm just kind of looking at being like, what can you see back there? 2 hours left. Oh, yeah, fire. Oh, that's nice. Hopefully it was a boring transit then, Dylan. Also, Dylan, I sent you an email that might be of interest to you. Sorry, me just making like the most pathetic like face sounds right now. Oh my goodness, that sounds intense. Until 3. Well, sorry, I read that as like since 3, like you've been doing it since like 3 a.m. I don't know. My brain is sometimes a little functional, not always, you know. So, reading comprehension, what is that? Someone has a real job in this economy. So, Goddess will give options, I think. Yeah. I'm like, I don't know if this is like, I might have mentioned previously that I have done a few covers for Dylan, for a few of his different books. And so basically we're just thinking about revisiting one that I finished a while ago. I don't even know if it was last year, it might have been the year before. But just said he was looking to get a full wrapper on cover, so we're gonna see what we do. No. I feel you on that, Secret Squirrel. Okay. Go away. Okay. Now we're in our normal layout. Welcome back to it. So yeah, for this commission, this was one that I did for this customer previously, actually. They're a return customer. So this was probably from like maybe like 2017, 2018. I'm like, wait, was it that long ago? I don't know. As I've said before, time past like 2020. What is it? What does it do? I don't know. I did some things on some years, and the details between that are fuzzy. But yeah, so for this one, we're going to be going back in, and this customer has a new dog that they wanted drawn, and also Kirby. So I'm gonna do that, I guess, and see how it goes. And I also have this second page from Dead Name that I was gonna be continuing. So gonna aim to kind of like divide it up into like half and half, but we will see how I'm progressing. So yes. Thank you. I mean, I will say that my watercolor skills, I can do it a little bit like in real life, but as far as like, I don't do a lot of like traditional stuff per se. So I feel like I'm cheating a little bit because I have like a few different brushes that I use that work quite well. So oh my god. Fyra is so convinced that he could have made a lot of money off of my college era painting class assignments, and I disagree, but I appreciate the energy. I feel like considering the living I'm making off my art, I can't imagine he would get a huge amount of it. Maybe he would get some money for it, but so Nika, I'm just going to interject and say that screenwriting is a pretty cool dream job, I will say. But I also recognize that it is not the easiest dream job to make a steady living off of, so. Yeah. Well, and I know from the point of view of like, and I guess this is obviously me speaking from a somewhat privileged position because I'm doing the job that was kind of like my dream job for a long time. But I think that there's also value in being able to be like, you know, if you love to do something and you can make some money doing it, sometimes it can be nice if it's not like your sole source of income, especially in like a creative sort of industry. Because then hopefully if you're not doing it because you're like, you know, you're doing stuff that you really want to do because you're not being like stressed about like money and all and stuff all the time, that you can kind of work on the projects that are really important to you or really speak to you. Hello, Miss Puppy. Come here, sweetie. Come here. Come here, come here. What? Oh my goodness, hold on. Oh, you go here. We got a puppy princess. Also, she's wearing a beautiful sweater today because it's friggin' cold. Puppy sweater. It's got a little hood, but we don't put the hood up because she doesn't like a hood, so. I do want the cold. I agree, Fiber. Hold on. Hey, puppy. Yeah, I feel like for like dogs, like, because I have a couple of items, I also got her a like kind of fleecy onesie from like Winners the other day. And it has, it's like, it's supposed to be a reindeer one, but it's like it just has antlers on it. And I've been wanting to get one for a little bit and it was like pretty cheap, so I was like, alright, I'm gonna get it. And it actually does fit Fern pretty well, considering she's a tiny dog. But she does not really appreciate having the having the hood up. So, hey puppy. And yes, I told you, Big Smith, that was just while I was doing stuff, and it was easier to not be able to see my canvas while I pulled aside people's pictures. So. Yeah, well, I mean, from the point of view of like the ideal weather is fall. Just as like an objective statement, but you know, we increasingly get less and less fall every year, so also I'm definitely a person who's like, I would rather be cold and then like bundle up or like come in from the cold and get warm rather than being like, there will eventually be winter and summer. Yeah, so I am enjoying fall as long as I can. Also, I shifted around my Clip Studio widgets in Streamlabs, so I think it's a little bit better for like me moving the canvas around and hopefully not obscuring parts of the drawing, but we will see. And it will be the best hour in the entire year. One hour of pumpkin spice. Big Smith, I read that as you will run by at full speed in your hoodie, which I also kind of like. That you're just like Naruto running through the hour of fall that we hypothetically have in the future. It is me. I am college students. Aren't we all, Big Smith? So I'm just kind of thinking here because this guy has a decently small dog. They're a Jack Russell Terrier. So I'm gonna just have him holding them. But then I feel like his outfit reference is a little bit more like grown up serious. So I'm like, where am I going to put the cart? But yes, sorry, question. Squirrel, how's the BF doing? Y'all doing any fun? So this weekend was kind of like the Halloween weekend, I would say, for a lot of people. So I might still try and do something like on the day itself, but it was decently busy with, I was kind of in multiple cities because I had a Evanescence concert on Friday that just passed, so I was in Montreal for Thursday, Friday, more or less, and then I had to come back to Ottawa kind of early, and that was kind of stressful. But me and my friends did our Hex Girl group costume, and I think it came out okay. It was a little bit less straightforward than I was thinking, but yeah. And yeah, my boyfriend did a emo core on that Saturday night, and it went very well. It seemed like people liked their performance a lot, so it was good. Frodo, yes. Him and his band did a group costume that was like Lord of the Rings themed, because fucking Lord of the Rings dork. And he was Frodo. His guitarist was Legolas. The other one was Aragorn. I think the bassist was Gandalf, and their drummer was Gimli. So, yeah. Yeah, I like doing like group costumes, or just sort of like we used to do kind of like themed Halloween parties with our group of friends when we were younger. That has just kind of don't do anymore because we don't all live super close to each other anymore. But in theory, I like doing like a kind of organized themed like party. I think it can be fun. Yeah. Yeah, we did like an Adventure Time one. We did a Super Smash Brothers one, which I think was probably like the best one that we did. I don't know, maybe it's weird to judge it that way, but I feel like that was the one where like... Oh, hey Dennis! Yeah, no, as I said, I realize that it is something that gets more difficult as you, some people didn't dress up, lazy people. Oh, you mean this weekend, Big Smith? I was gonna be like, you dressed up for our parties. Oh, my birthday one. That's okay. Like, how big is a Jack Russell? I feel like that's one of my things that is always very fraught when I'm drawing dogs, that I'm just kind of like, how big is this dog? Because that's something that can make it look very incorrect if you make it the wrong size. I mean, if we're going by smaller unit, counting up to larger scales, then that could make sense, Squirrel, since Fern is the tiniest dog. So, I mean, I would say that a Jack Russell Terrier is probably bigger than a Fern, although this is a puppy, so I'm not sure. Fern is such a tiny unit, it's true. I always say that when we're cuddling with her. She's like the like quarter teaspoon. Seems like a good unit of measurement. She is kind of a banana for scale size. It's just like, now, where do we put a Garby? Just thinking, I'm like, I don't know that I have specifically drawn Kirby. Kirby goes where they please. It's true. That is... that is an interesting spelling of the character. I feel like Nintendo will want to have words with you. I don't actually know like how like long or anything Fern is off the top of my head. I think she's like, I think from like bottom of her neck down to like base of her tail, I think she might be like 11 or 12 inches. You can find me on the moon at Costco. Americans. You've all just come to hear me say Zed. That's the only reason. This doesn't feel like a character I should be struggling with, but I feel like he only has so many shapes, so if you make it look wrong, then it's a big deal because it looks weird. Oh man. Also, I don't know what made me think of this, but one of the costumes that I saw on Saturday night that I was like pretty excited to see was someone had dressed up as, I don't know if you guys remember the like whatever crown that like makes people turn into like princesses or whatever, the like peach crown or whatever. But somebody was dressed up as like Boozette, who is, I will not lie, I am a big fan of Bowsette and all of the like accompanied like and all of the other like transformed like NPC like enemy kind of characters. And I actually did a Boozette drawing that I thought was pretty cool, although it didn't look like the girl's costume, but still one of those like, ah, I see you're a man of culture. Kirby, how big are you? I'm glad that you guys are taking part in your voting responsibility. I think that that is good, especially to get it in like early. Yeah, we don't know what is going on up here in Canada, if we're gonna have another federal election soon or not, but I don't know. There's Kirby doing Kirby things. That is yeah, I mean Trudeau and Ford are definitely two people that have been pretty prominent in our political landscape for a while. I find it somewhat funny that as an American it's like that Doug Ford is on the list of politicians up here that you're aware of, so. Because he sucks that much. Yeah. Back in the day, his brother used to be mayor of Toronto, and most of us didn't like him, and he passed away quite a few years ago. And then his brother got voted, that is then Doug Ford, who is the brother of the ex-Toronto mayor, got voted in as our premier, and that wasn't a great election day. That sucked. Just because if I remember correctly, that was a provincial election where the NDP actually had a pretty good standing. So it was kind of like it could have been the NDP candidate, or it could have been Doug Ford, and it was Doug Ford, so yeah. I feel like I'm gonna This always feels like cheating, even though it's not specifically, I don't think. You can look at this puppy reference right now. That little guy. So the general opinion that I feel like myself and other more left-leaning political voters lean is like, because up here liberals are very center, and well, I realize that left-leaning stuff is kind of like, y'all don't even like left-leaning people, which is like, depends. But it's like, to me, I would not choose to vote for a centrist party, because they're still very like corporate owned and driven and like that sort of like priority stuff. And yeah, just some stuff that I don't really morally agree with. One of the things that Trudeau had really kind of championed when he was campaigning was that he was going to revoke or at least kind of rework the first past the post system, which is how our votes are counted in an election. Like, I'm like, I know it's for federal elections. Is it for like all elections? But it's like, so basically you, and I mean, if, yeah, from like a American point of view, you can tell me how similar this is to your guys, but like with first past the post, you kind of have like smaller areas that I'm like, I guess it is like gerrymandering kind of stuff. But you have these smaller regions where rather than being like, you know, this is a provincial election, therefore we're taking every single vote and every single vote equals one vote for whatever party they're voting for. Basically, it's broken up by how many votes each candidate gets in your little tiny region. And then they take whoever got the most votes in that region, and that's what is like the vote that actually matters. So basically, if you vote for a candidate who's not likely to win in your riding, then, you know, it's almost like, I don't like to say a wasted vote, because I realize that it is a pretty big privilege to be able to vote and stuff like that, but, you know, it is essentially a wasted vote. So a lot of people, you know, that I would say that in my own political philosophies, I am like, NDP aligns most with my views, but while I do not support, like, I'm not a liberal enjoyer. I feel like my political thing is more like anybody but conservative. So, you know, and that has increasingly been something that I'm like, you know what, maybe, you know, fuck this, because, yeah. As I said, I hate that sort of thing of just being like that, with the ridings, that your individual vote doesn't really matter, because I feel like it also reduces the sort of healthy landscape of diversity of different candidates and parties being represented in the system. Because like, it kind of, I feel like we have definitely sort of been narrowed down into an increasingly two-party system, which I don't love. I would prefer it not to be that. You know, and I think the fact that the NDP has kind of stayed as strong as it has for the last little while I kind of like, I want to hope that like Jagmeet Singh will be someone who, because I believe he was running in the last federal election, but I feel like he's done a bit, like he's done more campaigning and stuff since then, so he's like more visible. Nice. Well, that's good. Yeah. Well, and I realize, I mean, first of all, I'm a little bit tired right now anyway, so I realize my tone is not the most like, but, you know, I do feel a little bad saying all this with that tone of like, that, you know, I've been old enough to vote now for like 15 years, and it is frustrating to see that it feels like as time goes on, citizens and voters are not getting more like power in just like who and how they want to like have positions of authority around them, because I don't think that that's the direction that things should go. That is not progress to me. The people not having power, you know. Well, here in the US, this guy. Yeah. Well, and I think that's partly what is so kind of disheartening in like participating in politics. You know, if you, especially if you're supporting like a candidate or a party that isn't as large scale or like as likely to win, because it's just kind of like, you know, that is one of those things that it almost like doesn't matter what X person does, because that's not what it's about. You know, they can literally do anything, and the people who are supporting them are gonna still be like, that's my guy, I'm gonna vote for him, and all my family's gonna vote for him, and you're like, well, okay. I feel like I'm giving this dog a little bit of pooper in here, but all in good fun. Yeah, and obviously that is frustrating, Fyra, but I feel like that's just like very, it's very like normal. That sort of thing where it's like, it's not about like a candidate's like actual like priorities or like principles or whatever. It's like something that is not, you know, that you can't change, you know, and is not inherently something that needs changing, but you know what I mean? Like, Nico, no shade on your mother, but does she know how voting works? I could see if they were like voting, if she was voting for a really like underdog kind of candidate or party, but I feel like when it's like, don't do that. Unless you want that person to win is probably how you should be thinking about it. Stop. I feel like Nico's mom was getting dragged in the chat on another video. But, you know. I'm not going to go out of my way to badmouth someone's mother, but I will also say that I'm somebody who very much believes that just because someone is related to you by blood doesn't mean that they treat you right, or you have to want them to be in your life once you live on your own. So. dog is very poo-brained, but you know what? It's fine. They are going to be very cute when I'm done. Just trust the process. Yeah, well, like, I remember, you know, in the 2016 election, there was definitely that thing of, like, people sort of being like, well, just, like, imagine if, like, you know, Trump's, like, people are the ones who, like, got voted, and wouldn't that be crazy? And almost, like, doing it in that way of, like, it would be so novel to see what would happen. And then sort of being like, okay, well, this isn't, like, a hypothetical thing, you know, this is, like, actually something that can happen, and did. That, I don't know. Yeah. Yeah. I feel like that sort of like sentiment of found family and the value of found family, not necessarily automatically above like blood family, but just the thing that like it can be just as important in building and fostering and like, you know, who cares for you and respects you and stuff like that. I feel like that's definitely like a little bit of a younger generation thing as we go. You know, not to say like people my parents' age, like boomer age and stuff like that, didn't also have found family or like bio family that was like their choice of living, but it just feels a lot more like mainstream now that people are like, yeah, no, you know, like going non-contact with their family or whatever, which I think is a hard thing to do anyways, but I think sometimes that's the option you have, and you probably wouldn't be making it if you didn't feel like it was necessary, so, you know. Yeah. I love that for you, Squirrel. Is it your first time getting pierced / your ears pierced, or is this just a new one? How do I hold Fern with one hand? This ain't doing it for me. Yes, tell us where you got stabbed with a needle, and then a piece of metal shoved through it, please. Kind of like that. being insane. Well, I am very glad to hear that for you, Squirrel. I'm definitely somebody who... I won't say that I'm somebody, because I feel like I'm pretty fortunate that, like, you know, my family / my, like, parents have had very little to say in the way of, like, the body mods that I've chosen to get. Except for my mom did make a comment when I got my Felthrum done. She said it looked like a booger, and I was like, thanks, Mom. I'll allow you this one because you've been generally very cool about all my other ones, you know, even though you can stop. But just that sort of thing of, like, I think it's a way to, like, sort of take control of your body and just, like, your self-image doing these sorts of things. That can be really cathartic, especially if you feel like you've been trying to do what other people want you to do when it's not really their decision. I will say that I tell that little story about my mother with great affection. Because as I said, it's like, I mean, I got my first tattoo when I was 25, and I'd been living away from home for about 6 years at that point. So it's like, you know, oh, yeah, Big Smith's mom is a sweetheart. Even though I will say that he is mean and doesn't let me make your mom jokes, even though it's not actually about his mom, but I also respect his decision. No one gets to make those jokes. Yes, Shavad's mom is also quite cool. Your mom is a very strong, independent lady, Shavad. But yes, in general, I find that I have a good friendship with my mom. We had a bit of a rough patch in my earlier 20s, but she is the coolest. Capital TC. To coolest. Thank you, Big Smith. I appreciate shouting out to good dad as well. All right, there we go. Let's put Shavad's dad on the roasting table here for a minute. I think, Shavad, you're just like, your mom was too cool, and they had to give you like a negative somewhere. Yeah. That's rough, Nico. I'm like, is this an American thing? No. Yeah. Yeah, I definitely am somebody who feels like I try to, like, I think that, you know, understanding that multiple things can be true at the same time, of like that I genuinely am like, I feel like most families and parents are like, you know, they were doing the best that they could at a given time. But I will also say that that doesn't mean that their behavior doesn't have ramifications or didn't traumatize or like, you know, behaviorally affect who their child was and how they responded to things. So, you know, that those two things can be true simultaneously. So it's hard. I mean, I'm not anybody. I'm not any human's parent. And admittedly, part of that is by that choice because, I mean, some of it is me stuff where I'm like, you know, just, I don't know, I have a very hard time imagining myself being like a parent or like having like a child. But at the same time, I'm kind of like, I felt this when I was younger, and the feeling of this has not decreased, of just that sort of thing of like, I don't want to bring a kid into this world because right now I don't have a kid, so I don't have to feel that sort of like fear or like the possibility of like loss or just like them having a bad life because of how the world is. You know, I would rather just not have a kid and maybe be sad about that, but know that I don't have that like feeling of like regret, I guess. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, well, and honestly, Nico, that's also kind of a huge thing of, you know, in my situation, like, I don't know if this is like deep lore drop or whatever, you know, at this point, my parents separated when I was 14. And, you know, I grew up in a household that had a lot of yelling and stuff in it all the time. And something that has only really been something that's come up. That's not a squirrel, it's a chipmunk. Sorry, secret. You're no longer secret squirrel, you have to become a secret chipmunk. But like that, in more recent years, being like, you know, I'm like, this is very funny with the friggin' like Luigi's Mansion song in the background. But you know, that sort of realizing that it seemed likely that my dad is on the spectrum, and you know, that explains a lot of things that were maybe like more challenging for him when we were all younger, that like my mom and like the rest of me and my siblings didn't understand, and that he maybe didn't understand, but also kind of like makes sense with some of his like good qualities as well. And I feel like it's helped me sort of like understand his processes better now that we are adults and like have a friendship, you know. But you know, again, that doesn't change that like my like formative years of like growing up in the house with him and my mom, you know, affected who I am as a person. So so my goal here was to have our dude here holding the wand instead of Kirby to kind of like incorporate that a little bit more, and I am just not drawing this iron very good at all. Also, you know what, I take it back. This is a perfect music to disclose my family trauma lore too. Also, Big Smith, I see your comment, and I'm just not saying anything because I think an ad started, so. Oh no. I mean, honestly, Nico, I feel like I'm somebody who both wants to lore dump And it's more a question of me being like, oh, is this going to be like upsetting to somebody else, or just be like, shut the heck up. Big Smith, I didn't say anything really earth-shattering because I saw that a commercial started, so yeah. Yeah. And also on my end, even though I feel like I've made a lot of peace with kind of this not so good stuff that I experienced in my family when I was younger. And also knowing that, like, I feel like my parents were in a very unhappy situation, and it's like, as I said, doing the best that they could with what they had at the given time, and also considering the fact that I'm one of 4 siblings, and you know, my parents basically had 4 kids under the age of 8 when my final brother was born. When my youngest brother was born. So, you know, that's kind of rough. That's a lot of babies. Yeah, that's valid, Squirrel. I feel like I have quite a few friends who are like, I'm not gonna be a parent, but I will be an aunt or uncle, which is slightly funny because, you know, if everybody in the group wants to be an aunt or uncle, then nobody gets to be an aunt or uncle. But I'm also very much of the opinion that you should not have babies because somebody else wants to be X role in that child's life, if that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, I was talking with one of my friends, and just her saying how her mother has been making comments, and this friend is like somebody who's like, as long as I've known her, she's never wanted babies, or like, you know, she's never wanted to have like a traditional family sort of thing, and I've known her since like elementary school, so like, you know, she's had this thought, she's thought this for a long time, but sort of that thing of like your parent being like, well, why don't you have a baby? I want to be like a grandma, I want to be a grandpa or whatever. And I don't think that friend's mom was saying it in a specifically like malicious way or anything like that. Like, you know, I think she was just, you know, making remarks. But that's something that I really don't like, because I'm just like, I hate the idea of, you know, even if it's with being said with like the best possible like intentions, that feeling of you have a uterus and therefore you can/should like be a warehouse for a fetus at some point, you know. Yeah. You know, because obviously I feel like we hear that in a lot of places in our lives of just like, if you can make baby, then you should make baby, and being like, well, maybe I don't want to make a baby. Screw off, you know, like. Also, I'm baby, so have you thought about that, Congress people? Yeah, I'm like, maybe I should switch to a more somber playlist, but I'm like, you know what? I'm committing to the bit at this point. But yes, I don't think it is an extremely hot take to be like, I am uncomfortable with somebody even in like a question mark affectionate way telling me what to do with my reproductive organs, you know? And also because it's like, making a person isn't like a small process, even if you're like just going through a pregnancy. Like, I'm one of those people who finds pregnancy to be like a pretty extreme level of body horror. And I love body horror, but not for me. You know, you know what I mean? But yes. Also just a sentiment of being like, I want you to have a person so that I can be ex relative to this new human being. I don't like it. Because I'm like, okay, well, I don't know, it's easy to be like, I want this life-changing, like, huge decision, and then I'll take care of it sometimes. It's like, no. Unless you want me to, like, be a, like, surrogate parent, and then you have a baby that you take care of as their parent, like, you don't ask for that. You can't ask for that. Like, that's an unreasonable favor to ask of someone that you care about. Yeah, conservative. Yeah. Oh yeah, Fire is an old maid. Also, quite a rebellious individual. Which, I love that for you, Fire. Nice, and I feel like also it is maybe good for me to to reinforce that even though I feel that for myself, I don't have any specific, like, I don't have a problem with other people not feeling the same way for themselves. I am pro-choice, and that includes choosing if you want to make person or not wanting to make person and being able to make those choices. So, I know I could put on the more, like, serious, ominous music, perhaps. Slash smooth jazz. Honestly, I feel like I kind of need the kind of, like, just upbeat bops right now, because I am admittedly feeling very... I'm like, fine. I'm just feeling like tired after the weekend, because I feel like it took a lot of spoons. Yes, there is very little drinking on these streams thus far, except for iced coffee. Yeah. Well, we always used to joke when we'd have, like, friend parties or whatever at whoever's place, inevitably, and it wasn't only me, but I was unconscious instigator at a lot of these things where inevitably it would become a kitchen party, where, like, everybody would just be, like, you know, crammed into probably one of the smallest rooms in someone's given living space and just hanging out and, like, shooting the shit. And those were good conversations. I love a kitchen party. Yeah, one of the things I can talk about as like a plan that was tiring but good from this weekend was that, that me and Shavad and Vamp X did Thursday, Friday in Montreal, and on Friday evening we went and saw specifically Evanescence, but also Hellstrom performed, and also a band from Mexico that is three sisters who are between the ages of 24 and 19, oh my god, called The Warning, that I had not heard of, but I quite liked. So that was, it was a fun outing. I feel like I was not disappointed in my experience of seeing a band that I liked since I was like 13, so, I feel like a moment that was very specifically catering to my interests was that basically Evanescence apparently always does it. That's like, you know, Bring Me to Life is always going to be like their final song kind of thing, but like throughout their set they would kind of like play like the like riff for it or like the sort of like intro part of it and then switch to a different song. And one of the songs that they kind of like used as like a bait and switch was like the theme from Halloween, and then like it was going into Bring Me to Life, and I was like, oh shit, that's so cool, and then they didn't do it. I was like, wow, okay, never mind. Yeah, we were down on like the floor areas. We weren't in the pit, we still had seats, but I feel like it was like, I'm like, would I pick that zone again if it was like to like not in the pit? And I'm like, I feel like I would maybe have taken one of the like kind of like up in the wing seats instead, because I feel like you would have had a little bit of like a closer view. But we went to the, what was it, the Bell Center, or the, yeah, Montreal Bell Center, I think. And that was the first time I've ever been there, and it did freak me out a little bit because it was so tall on the inside and like just so many like really steep stairs. But yeah, it was a little scary. So maybe it was better that we were on the floor, so I was like, well, as low down as I can go here. Puppy. I'm sorry, dude. I feel like I'm failing your hair here. Yeah, I'm thinking when was the last time, because I've been to like quite a few like musical performances lately in like more like small venue kind of like indie things. I'm trying to think what the last like concert I went to would have been. Oh yeah, I did have some earplugs, squirrel, but I admittedly did not use them the whole time. Pretty much I used them like when they were going from switching from Hailstorm to Evanescence, and there was like a little like interlude there that we're like, all right, let's go to the bathroom, and that was a bad idea. Not because going to the bathroom when there's a lull is a bad idea, but it was like so intense for just like being a lot of people, and just like not a lot of organization, and like I was fine. I didn't feel like unsafe, but I definitely like kind of had that like body reaction that I was having a little bit of that like, I ended up going back and putting in my earplugs for the first like couple songs that Evanescence did, because I was just like so, like my body just felt like so stressed out. Yeah, I feel like I've gotten a lot better with not having like, I don't know if calling it a panic attack is most like accurate, but I guess that's maybe the easiest way to describe that sort of feeling. Because I definitely used to get them more often going out in like crowds. Like I know going to Costco if it wasn't kind of like really quiet. Like supermarkets and like big box stores are definitely things that I've had a hard time with, like not having panic attacks at. Thank you. Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, and honestly, I even had because my boyfriend does a lot of like festivals and like raves and stuff like that, and I think it was like uh the after party for whatever the big rave festival was in Ottawa, Escapade, and because he had like given me earplugs, but I was like, okay, I'll use them if I feel like I need to use them. And afterwards, I made some sort of comment that was to the effect of like, you know, that I hadn't used them, and he was definitely like, you know, one of those like things where you're like, that it wasn't like a suggestion type thing. It was more like, you know, it's like I feel like you need, just like for your own sort of like long-term health, if you're coming with me to these sorts of things, like want to make sure that you're like using the right equipment and stuff so that you can be as safe as you can. So it's like, my bad. Costco and the Moon is super quiet. True, but the commute to get there is pretty brutal. Big Smith. Also, I realize I can go back in the chat later, but what did I miss? Like, you guys are talking about Costco on the Moon? Like, is it too complicated to explain, or? Okay. Alright, so somebody was really taking the piss. Okay. You have internet out there, that's pretty impressive. Damn, I love that for Moon Costco. Although, I would hope that the Moon Costco maybe has some veggie dogs, because I wanted to buy a Costco hot dog. And yes, a warehouse on the moon. Someone said Costco. Not Toronto hot dog? Yeah, no. So as a vegetarian and also an enjoyer of hot dogs, I have a really hard life. It's really sad, actually. No, we just it's funny because in the like GTA and like Brampton and stuff like that, one of the things that I was really used to was like if you went to like a Home Depot or something like that, there was always like a hot dog vendor outside in front. So if you were doing like a project or something like that, you could get like some street meat. Okay. Morningstar Farms isn't a brand that I can immediately think of being up here. We have like Eves, like YVES is a pretty good one that we have. That is like, I'm not even honestly like really picky about, you know, how actually good the hot dogs are. I'm just like, I just want to eat a hot dog. But yes, like, so in like Brampton and the GTA and stuff like that, I feel like it was really easy to find like street meat, which would usually have an option that was vegetarian. But up in Ottawa, they are distinctly lacking in the hot dog options for anyone. So it's one of those things. Sometimes you just want a dog. I'm struggling with your mouth here, buddy. I'm sorry. Ooh. I mean, I am also a big enjoyer of mushroom-based things, so that does sound quite good. Impolenta. Okay, how would... Sorry, I'm picturing goodbye, Big Smith. Going to the moon. I'll see you later. How would that work for like a polenta casing? Is it because it's like a starch type base, so you could just kind of make it like a ravioli slash like a cannoli kind of thing, or like how does that work? Okay, so... Oh. Okay. So, sorry, so are they more like... Are those corn dogs, or are they still like... Because that would make them kind of breaded, right? Sorry, I'm just very curious now about, also, even though I'm not the most like off-the-cuff creative slash like prolific cook, I do find it interesting just hearing like different kind of like stuff. They're corn dogs. Okay, that makes more sense. So I was picturing it was like the polenta was like a casing, and I'm like, isn't it like crumbly, kind of like piecey stuff? But yeah, no. As I said, I like just hearing kind of like other options for making like either like vegetarian dupes or just, you know, or Oreo vegetarians. Okay, I think I know what that means, but what does that mean? Have fun, Shavad. Godspeed. They don't eat meat. Okay. Yeah, I was just a curious scroll because when I was younger, I was vegan for not super long, but just kind of like on one hand, when I found certain like snacks or like foods that I used to eat when not when not vegan that I could eat, I'd be like, oh, Oreos are vegan. But then as I thought about it more, it's kind of that thing. It's like, yes, technically Oreos are vegan, but it's only because they are like mostly made of chemicals. So it's kind of like, you know, it's vegan in the same way like a VCR is vegan. You know what I mean? Does that stop me eating Oreos? No. I mean, I'm not vegan now, but I also just like Oreos. So, but yes, just that thing of like, just because something doesn't have like animal products in it does not always mean that it's automatically healthy. So much to ponder. So it has gotten quite dark. I might actually turn on another light, maybe. Yes. Slightly less will immediately kill you, but yes, that is sort of the thing that I did ponder, and so I wasn't sure if like Oreo vegan or Oreo vegetarian was like a more like broadly used term, or if that was just coincidence. And again, I say this as quite an Oreo enjoyer who will eat an entire pack of Oreos if left to my own devices. I'm just thinking now, I'm like, I don't know what made me think of this, but because I'm like, is there like, is that a cyanide reference or something? I don't know, but something that I got most of the way through that I haven't watched before on the weekend was WandaVision, because I was thinking I was maybe gonna watch Agatha all along, and I know that you don't need to have watched WandaVision, I think, to like start the other series, but I was like, I might as well. I was interested in it and just wasn't that into all the hype when it was on initially, so I can watch it at my own pace, aka all in one night. So I think I got through like all but 2 episodes, I think, so I mostly watched all of it. And I thought it was pretty good. I was having fun with it. I do feel like I'm getting more into the parts now where it's like more about being like, oh yes, this is like a Marvel thing, which is not the most of interest to me, but I like the parts leading up to that, so. I did see a spoiler, I think, for Agatha All Along, and I don't know, it's funny because there's certain spoilers that if you see it, then you're like, oh my god, well now I never want to watch that thing because that thing was spoiled. But I feel like I've had a few shows where I saw like a pretty big spoiler for like end of first season or whatever that made me be like, oh, you know what? I kind of really want to watch that now. And I'm like, I wonder how often that happens for other people. Like another one that comes to mind, and I won't go into details, but I guess spoiler warning for knowing that there's a twist, was like I saw a thing about like The Good Place, and when I was like, oh, there's something going on there, it made me want to actually watch it. So, yeah. I feel like I should maybe put a light on soon. Okay. Yu Yu Hakusho. That's like an older one, right? Or did they do like a new anime of it? Or am I just thinking of a completely different anime altogether? Also, in that case, Squirrel, did you see, I did that, like, kind of draw request stream, I guess back at the beginning of October, when I made affiliate, and one of the drawings was of, the like, cleric girl from Delicious in Dungeon that I thought was a pretty cute drawing. But I'm pretty sure I know what like anime it is. I just was thinking that I was like, was that one that got like a remake in the last like few years? Because I know that there's a few kind of like retro, like 90s animes and stuff that's been getting revisited. So I couldn't remember if that was one of them. No, I keep coming back to this. Yeah, I'm thinking I might switch over to comic stuff at maybe like 6. Like I might take a little break to like eat a snacky or something. That's cool. Dan, I'm not sure if I know who that is off the top of my head. It doesn't immediately ring any bells, but I could probably Google them and see if I do. Okay, Scotty Young is an artist that I know the name to hear it. Slash, like I know what his work looks like. So I mean, I would say if I'm going back to like when I was younger, probably like the first style that I really like got into trying to replicate was when I got into my like middle school, early high school manga phase. And so I had a few different books that were like, you know, I didn't have the full series of anything because it was the early 2000s and that was very difficult to do. But that I just like would try to like mimic the art from like, oh my god, I'm like, hold on. One of them is called, oh my god, I think one of them was called Les Bijoux, and which was a little bit of a confusing manga for me to read when I was younger because there's a lot of just like interesting gender representation in it slash like fluidity. So, and also some stuff that was maybe not appropriate for like a 13-year-old to be reading, but I really liked the art style in it because it was really like detailed and like had really pretty like eyelashes and stuff. Like all the characters were very beautiful looking. And also getting into, oh my god, Alessandro Bisengast was one that I liked back then. I was a big Sailor Moon kid, but I feel like by that age I was kind of like not using, like I wasn't referencing Sailor Moon as like a specific art inspiration. So yeah, a lot of the manga and anime that I got into, I feel like was very like random because it was just like people would gift it to me, or I'd find a book in a library and read like the first few issues of a manga and then like, you know, the 27th volume, as you do. So it's hard for me to say like what I was choosing to like deliberately read at the time, but I read fruit baskets and stuff. I was a shoujo girly to a decent extent. But that is one of those things that I don't know how much this is true now in art school, but they definitely really consider like doing like anime or like more like Japanese cartoon style stuff as being like extremely like unrealistic, and they're like, don't do it. You know, they really wanted to like get it out of the kids in my class when I was in like art school. So yeah, Laura's Secret Squirrel. I appreciate that. I appreciate you hanging out, and good luck with your private practice clients. I know. Squirrel managed to escape. So I was saying I was probably going to take just a little break, like 5-10 minutes at like 6 o'clock, and then I will probably switch to comic stuff, just as a heads up, because I can see it is getting close. And also I'm going to turn on some lights, which is very exciting. Cool. Yeah. Oh, I should also probably go grab my meal kit from downstairs, because apparently it got delivered, so. God, I'm just like, what does him ass look like? Kirby's butt. I don't want to actually Google that. That is a good question, Big Smith. is 6:02, so let us take a wee little pit stop for a second. I shall return. I'm not going to turn off the stream. So I'll see whoever is here on mine return. And yes, here goes Kirby. And here is Fern. Fern, the most important chemical. Alright. I will be back in like 10-ish minutes, let's say. I will not be super long, but yes. Alright, I did collect my mailbox, so I don't have to worry about that. Yeah. Welcome back. 1 times 1. Thank you, Nico. I appreciate your patience. Okay, so I'm just thinking, I know, I'm having I'm on a little bit of a protein bar, but, okay. So, I'm just debating here if I want to switch gears to doing my comic page now, or if I feel like in 2 hours I could finish at least the liner on this. I feel like I should maybe switch gears. First. After I erase some lines. I am back, Big Smith. Back again. Oh man. Oopsie. So, continuing. Sorry. Continuing with this page from Dead Name, which is the graphic novel I'm just starting interiors on. Create our own book that is sequel to the Aja Waja, which is my book with Megs Visaggio. So for now, just doing kind of a little setup scene that is not incredibly specifically like involved with the main part of the story, but it is like background lore, so and it's a little bit eerie, so hello Rosie. Hello. Yes, Rosie is very wise in the ways of getting snacks. Although Rosie actually has a pretty refined palate, she's an enjoyer of vegetables. She loves kale, and she likes button mushrooms in particular. Yeah. How can I help you? How you doing? You. And you stepped on the toggle, that's fine. Hey. Okay. Hey. Hey Rosie, how's it going? Yes, Rosie, Rosie. Rosie, please. Rosie, please. Are you late to the party, Big Smith? Like, did it come out a while ago, or? Rosie, please. Rosie, please. Or look at this here. Do you have an idea for what kind of one shot you might like to do? Also, I assume like that you would DM kind of thing. Rosie, please. Rosie, please. You're like, well, now I'm not doing it. Now that I know that I am not late. Must wait until you are late to do it. Rosie, please. Love you, you're making this challenge. Okay, thank you. Lie down. I would love you. Crime or dungeon crawl. Could be both. It's true. Rosie is like, I have suggestions. Many thoughts. I mean, maybe not that second part, actually. Lord love you, Rosie. Doesn't everyone? Rosie, I'll tell you what I told everybody else. I'm trying to keep it simple for now. As long as you don't lay on the tablet, I allow you to be present. I love you. I didn't say any names. Other than Rosie. Other than Rosie. Bedlam! You have finally returned. Also, I have been waiting for you to return, Bedlam, because I watched the movie. I watched it like 2 weeks ago. Yeah, no, it's all good. I was just laughing because I feel like you caught a few of my streams and you're like, have you watched it yet? And I'm like, no. And then when I had watched it, I was like, I'm not going to talk about it until Bedlam is in stream. And now here you are. And ... Okay. And ... So what you thought? Oh, sorry, the end was and. I like how Rosie's like, I get on camera. Yes, so yeah. Bedlam was chatting with Fyra and I at Edmonton Fan Expo and was asking about the movie called The Sadness, which is a Taiwanese horror movie, I think. Yeah, so I would say that I enjoyed it. I was able to tell what part you said was kind of a, was a little bit of a, don't want to say like litmus test, that's not the right word, but kind of like it could be the deciding factor of whether somebody enjoys the movie or even continues the movie at that point. Because I watched it with my boyfriend because he likes like apocalyptic / like zombie movies, so I'm like, oh my gosh, I have this movie that's been recommended to me that might be intense, so do you want to watch it with me? And Um, I mean, he was a good sport. Um, yeah. Yeah, well, and I also could understand why you don't want to explicitly explain what happens in it, but uh, as I was watching, I was definitely just like, because, so I guess brief explanation of what the movie is about. It's kind of like 28 Days Later, in that there is like a rage virus that comes and like is like plaguing the country, and that it is like they're they're violent like zombies, but they're not like totally brain dead. Basically, only one part of their brain has been affected, but it's the one that affects their like inhibitions and also just sort of like processing for right and wrong. So it means that if somebody is infected with this rage virus, that they basically just do the most like despicable, like cruel things imaginable. And I don't know if this counts as like spoilery or if it's kind of just like part of the parcel. But just like it turns out that, as I said, it's not like they're brain dead like zombies specifically, so they are like aware of what they're doing, but they are powerless to stop doing it, which is, I would say that's worse, probably, but also I would really not want to be a zombie, so I might not be able to clearly answer which would be worse. But yes, so it was a good movie if you like that sort of like violence, sort of like zombie ripping people apart and eating people violence kind of like movie. But I will say that there is also sexual violence in it that is mostly off screen. But, you know, they are not really coy that it is happening, they just don't visually show it. So, yeah. The scene that is the bad, intense scene is like a sexually violent one, to kind of the nth degree. So, yeah. Yeah. I feel like he was a good sport, because he's not as, what if the purge? Okay, I could see that. I would say worse than the purge, because I feel like, I don't know, I mean, admittedly, I'm not a big purge fan. The purge, not a fan. Don't endorse it. Sorry. Because I feel like with those, I guess the exploration is like with those ones, you still have people that it's like the purge, like breaking the rules and doing crime and stuff like that is kind of like, has kind of a Lord of the Flies quality to it, I guess, because it's like, oh, that this is simmering like below the surface at any given time, and it's just like, what would happen if people didn't have to like not do bad things? Whereas with the virus and the sadness, it's like you are compelled to do, basically, like it makes you think of like the worst possible thing in a given situation, and then you're compelled to do it, even if you know it's wrong or like incredibly cruel or grotesque, is like you can't stop yourself. So, you know, so it does make sense that there is a lot of like sexual violence in it, because yeah, but as I said, it was like, I thought it was like a good like zombie story for what it was, even if they technically weren't like zombies, you know. I definitely found at capital TS that scene as I was watching it, because I had mentioned to my boyfriend that there was like there was a scene that was kind of like could possibly be too far for some people watching, and so when this scene happened, I was definitely like, well, I really hope this is the scene, because this is pretty bad. You know, that hopefully it wasn't going to be like there's something worse than this. I would compare it kind of to my experience watching the first Terrifier when it came out, where there is a pretty grotesque scene of someone getting sawed in half vertically, and I just really specifically don't like that. But that I also like kind of tapped out on that movie because there was, well, in the Terrifier there's a kill at the beginning where a guy is working at like a pizzeria or whatever, and I guess, you know, trigger warning for describing graphic violence. I don't know if that's necessary, but you know, that basically Art the Clown kind of turns him into a jack-o'-lantern on the gas top stove. Which was honestly a little intense for me, I will admit, but I was like, okay. And then the scene with like the girl getting like sawed in half, I was like, oh, okay. I don't think I can do a third worse scene than this. I think I have to tap out. And, you know, found out later that I should have just stuck with it because I would say that the remaining scenes in the movie after that point are all significantly easier to stomach than that part, in my opinion. Get Rosie back up on the cam. Yo, Wheeljack. I am currently working on a page of Dead Name, which is the sequel to the Oshawacha. And also Rosie is here. Yeah, that's fair, Lucho. Because I know, like, in my case, I feel like I have a weird, kind of a weird relationship when it comes to my tolerance for, like, gore in horror movies. Because I feel like I have, like, a decent stomach for it, but then other times it's like I haven't watched, oh my god, there's that movie with, like, Willem Dafoe and, Charlotte Gainsbourg, that is about a couple whose son perishes falling out a window, and it is about kind of their grief and what happened. Yeah, Antichrist. Just because I know that that has, like, from what I have heard, it has some pretty graphic, like, body mutilation scenes in it. That, I don't know, it's hard because you don't know how you're gonna react to, like, something like that until you actually, like, watch it. Because it might be something that you're like, oh, this is not actually that bad. I feel like, you know, but sometimes gore or, like, violence in a movie or, like, other media just, like, hits you really, like, specifically that you're like, oh, I didn't like that. Yeah, I'm trying to think of, like, because I would say that the sadness, even though it has, like, some lore similarities, like, just set up with, like, 28 Days Later, which I quite like that movie, also because it was just, like, a very formative horror movie that I watched growing up. But, like, I would say that 28 Days Later has a very hopeful undertone to it. That is like, you know, this is bleak and we don't know what to do, but, like, people still want to work together and people still want to, like, survive as, like, a group, and we can maybe get through this. Whereas with the sadness, the whole point of it is that it is a very mean zombie movie. Yeah, which admittedly, I don't always like a quotation mark mean movie, because I think that that can really decide on how violent violence feels in it, but Rosie Posey, what do you think? Rosie's like, I have a good gore tolerance. I watched Raw in case. Raw, that's one of the cannibalism ones, right? Yeah, those are definitely two of them. Bedlam that I know people definitely do not recommend. I feel like the Serbian film is worse, so I would not recommend that one. I feel like, and this might be an extremely hot take, so please take it with a very large grain of salt, and your mileage may vary, but I feel like 120 Days of Solo has cinematic and narrative value to it versus the Serbian film, which is like, if you know what it is or if you've seen it, I think it's pretty easy to be like, yeah, this is kind of like a movie that is just grotesque for the purpose of being grotesque. And, you know, not even to me, not in a way that I feel like you can justify watching it or like forcing yourself to watch it by being like, oh, well, it's like, yeah. But yes, those are generally two movies that are like billed as being like the most like traumatizing like horror movies. Yeah. But I will say that another movie, not for the same reasons, sorry. Excuse me. A movie that I've seen kind of like grouped together with those sorts of movies, the sort of movies where it's like, sort of the like horror movies that if you watch, they're gonna fuck you up, sort of thing. That is actually one of my favorite horror movies slash just favorite movies is Possession. And yeah, I feel like it's very unfair to include them with those other movies because it is very like, I don't know. Honestly, it's not a movie that really freaked me out at all. I just really like it because it's like, can relate. I watched it at the right time, I think. That I was very like, you know what? I get where the wife is coming from. Oh my god. I don't I don't know if watching like a traumatizing horror movie is better shared with your friends or just doing it solo. The Changeling? I haven't watched that one, but I know there's like a sequence with a chair and like a ball going down the stairs. That, yeah, I have heard of that one. Okay. Do you feel like that is a movie that holds up for you now as an adult, or do you feel like it's one where you're like, yeah, looking back, it was not actually all that scary? So once you answer that, if you do, I am just thinking of like one of my earlier like actual horror movie experiences that really freaked me out as a kid that I probably shouldn't have watched, but alright, well, you can answer that question later. I watched, I think it was like on TV or something like that. Also, that's something that kids nowadays don't have happen very, I mean, I guess like you can watch like fucked up shit on like YouTube just by accident, but just that experience of like turning on the TV and there being something playing that you're like was definitely not age appropriate for you, and like, you know, that your parents would probably not have been like, yes, you should watch this. But for me was it was one of the Amityville horror sequels. I think it might have been like the third one, and I hadn't seen, like, you know, again, I was like a kid, I was like elementary school age, I hadn't watched, you know, the actual Amityville horror movie at that point. But it's one where I think there's like an evil clock, which very scary. But there's a sequence in it. There's a sequence in it where a character gets their hand caught in a garbage disposal, which, slight sidebar, but as a Canadian, and like, I don't know how common they are in the States, but it seems like they're pretty common. that I'm just like, nah. I am glad that I do not have like a blender that I can put my person into. I'm quite good with that actually. Um, and then there's like a sequence like a little bit later on in the story where they're like, you know, because they're like their drain is plugged, they need a plumber to go in and look at it, and then the guy does, and when he's down there in the crawl space and he opens the pipe, a hand falls on his face and he's like, oh my god. And that was very scary for me. I had nightmares about the hand falling on the guy in the crawl space for a little bit. It definitely disturbed my sleep. But yeah, I used to be pretty big weenie when I was younger, and I don't say that with a level of judgment, more just matter-of-factly, but like, I remember something that was like so super scary to me when I was like little, was that back in the 90s you used to get all these like VHSs that were like Disney sing-along things, and one of them was like kind of, it might have been Halloween themed or it might have been just like Disney parks themed. So it had a sequence that was like the grim grinning ghosts thing from the Haunted Mansion, and it had these really big trees in it that came to life and like moved around, and I was like, I don't even know if I was like school age at that point. I remember being decently small, but whenever it came on the VHS playing, I was small enough that I didn't know how to work the VCR, so I just went and like I crawled behind the couch and didn't come out until the song was over because I was too scared. And to be fair, this is a thing that I've gone back and looked at as an adult because I'm like, I have such like a specific memory of being really scared of this. And I'm not going to be like, you know, I can watch it without hiding behind the couch, you know, at my big age now. But I feel like, you know, small child Jen was not so off base with that one. Because, like, watching it, I'm like, damn, this is definitely creepy. Like, I can very much understand why that would freak out a weenie little kid like me. I'm like, do I feel like I need to defend myself? I kind of want to pull up like a still from that like music video thingy to be like, look at these trees, they're too scary. I'm gonna do it. Hold on. Oh my god, the pictures are very tiny. Okay, so this is not like a super high res example of it, but wait, do we have a GIF? Yeah, these still freak me out. I don't like it. I cannot easily copy and paste the GIF, but just... Oh my god, he's so small. He's so tiny. Look at this guy. Look at him. I don't like that. Because these are also like pretty big like actors. Like the costumes were like, you know, I don't know if the actors' eyes would have been this high or if they would have been lower down, but like these were big things. Like, yeah, no, I support Tiny Jen's fear of the grim grinning ghost sing along dancing trees. I don't know. I mean, I think Hereditary is definitely like creepy. And has some very like iconic moments in it. I don't know that it like scared me, but I can also definitely see. I mean, also just the sister having a pretty like brutal death like right at the beginning. Rosie, please. But yeah, I know that that was one that I saw a lot of people being like, "Oh my god, this movie like traumatized me." It's so scary. So I guess another one of those sort of your mileage may vary sort of thing. Well, and honestly, you know, I guess to get all deep in shit is like, that's honestly something that I like. One of the reasons that I really like horror media, because it's like, I like that you can have such different experiences with the same like story or like, you know, like scary situations, because, you know, obviously there's going to be certain things that are probably going to like squick out or like freak out a lot of like people who watch it just as like a baseline. But, you know, like I said, I really love Possession, and I watched it at a time in my life when it was a really actually comforting movie to watch and really cathartic. But then for other people, I've heard them like rank it as like one of the like most like, you know, movies that will fuck you up, and I'm like, women just aren't allowed to do anything, are they? But yeah, on the topic of Hereditary though, I am glad that because after Ari Aster did, I think it was after like post Midsummer, he was like, I don't want to like, I'm probably not gonna do any more horror movies because I don't want to like kind of get like genre cast, if that makes sense. Like he was like, I don't want to be, because like when you do like genre movies like that, it is understandable that you might get kind of like people expect you to only do those kinds of movies going forward. So I'm not sure if he's done anything between these two movies. You know, so obviously talking on my butt here a little bit, but I think he has a new like horror movie that's coming out quite soon. Oh my god, which one is it? Let me look it up so I'm not just giving you a vague information. Oh yeah, he did Beau is Afraid. I was thinking that. I guess Beau is Afraid is technically not a horror movie, but I feel like it's got some weird stuff in it. Yeah, okay, the next one I was thinking of is called Rumors, I believe. That's coming out. Oh, it's in theaters. Okay, so I could go see it at some point, I suppose. But yes, you know, much respect. Oh my god. I say this every time this song plays, that this gives me a freaking heart attack because my phone makes that sound and glitches out because my phone is good and high tech. Was it a horror or more of an anxiety-inducing thing? I could see it being described as like a kind of anxiety sort of like trip, because it is definitely a movie that I would describe as being like, it is like a trip. And I think the more you can kind of watch it and see it as being a little bit more like, you know, well, I don't like, you know, talking about this in a way that is like, isn't like spoilery, you know, I don't know, it really hinges on the thing of being like, you know, is this real? Is this actually happening? Is this in his like, you know, is it just like his like paranoia and stuff like that playing up, and like we can't actually like trust him as a narrator? And the reason that I feel like I can say that without it being explicitly spoilery is because I feel like by the end of the movie, it is still kind of like very up to you as a viewer, how you want to interpret it. Even if there's like kind of an answer narratively, I feel like it's still like not 100% like, yes, this is what was going on. So I really liked it. I kind of compare it to, and this might be a weird comparison, but hear me out. If you've ever watched the movie Big Fish, directed by Tim Burton, starring everybody's favorite husbando, Ewan McGregor, I feel like it has that sort of energy, but like kind of like in the opposite direction, where it's kind of like you're going through these like kind of fable-esque vignettes that are like, some of them are like more realistic, where you're kind of like, okay, so this is probably happening, and then you have other stuff where you're like, this is not actually happening, I don't think. Like there's a sequence where he finds this like a performing troupe in the woods, and there's just kind of like this like probably like 20-minute long interlude where he becomes one of the characters in the play, and that he has like this whole kind of like end of life, seeing his life flashing before his eyes and like his regrets and being like, these things that I did in my life. And I found that I got really into like that specific little like story, because it's like, I feel like very explicitly that it's not happening, because you see he's watching this play, and so you're kind of like, okay, he's just getting really like, he's putting himself into it, he can relate to it, but even so, you're like, you watch it for 20 minutes, you're like, what was I watching again? So but yeah, just sort of that thing of, I say it's kind of like opposite end of the spectrum to like Big Fish, because I would argue that Big Fish is about a man who tells a lot of stories that are maybe true or maybe not, but they are generally like nice stories. You know what I mean? Like more like fantastical in like a quirky or like a wholesome kind of way. Versus in Beau is Afraid, it's kind of like, what if you just had the most like anxious, paranoid person ever, and then he had just like the worst like week ever. But yeah, no, I enjoyed it. I could see it being a thing if you're somebody who's really like, I want to know exactly what is going on, or like what the answer is to these things. Or I could see the thing of being like, this is really stressful. But I guess sort of in a way, again, your mileage may vary, because for me, as somebody who, I mentioned the thing that like I have been managing it a lot better in the last few years, but like I have GAD, I take medication to help with like the like general anxiety disorder, as well as having had experiences with being like agoraphobic and stuff like that. And so I feel like especially the beginning of the movie, as stressful as it is, it's very like familiar, so even though I was like, felt bad for him, because I'm like, he seems like a nice guy who's just like being misunderstood, or like being I mean, it's basically gaslighting the movie. That I think if you're somebody who enjoys it, you'll like it a lot. But I can also understand everybody not jiving with it. I liked it. I thought it was good. There's a very funny, the reveal of his father at the end, and I won't say more on it, but it's very funny. Okay, short answer, yes. Slightly longer answer, I feel like Beau is Afraid is a comparatively better movie than Brightburn is. Yeah. I don't know, because I guess you could say that Beau is Afraid is like a mean-spirited kind of movie, but I would also say that Beau, like Joaquin Phoenix's character in it, is really like this very like genuine person who's trying to do his best throughout the entire story, that I think makes it so, even though the situations are very like stressful and you're like, oh my god, this poor guy, him just like keeping his like hope that like things will get better, and if he gets to like such and such place, then he can like fix all the bad things that are happening, or like just, you know, kind of make his peace. I feel like makes it less mean. Like he never hits a point where he's just like, you know what, fuck all these guys, I'm gonna be a villain now too, because everybody around me is a huge butthead. I'm also trying to think if there's like any sequences in it that I would be like kind of like warn somebody about before watching for being like I mean, I would say the reveal of his father, but not in like a, it's not like gruesome or anything like that. It's just very like, oh, already then. That is fair. Yeah, I assume that you are referring to the Joker movie, which I actually have not watched, the one with him in it. I feel like it might have been long enough time now that I could watch it and feel like I'm just forming my own opinion, but oh, thank you, Pigsmith. I also generally like Joaquin Phoenix. I think that he is an interesting actor. Also, yes, Big Smith. Drink a water. Thank you, Big Smith. Everybody take a drink of water. This is my jam. You have so many points. I know, because you participate in the chat. You gotta use them. Boyfriend was saying that he's like, I'm gonna come into your stream one day and redeem points so that you just have to. Oh! Sorry, that pause made it sound more ominous. That I would have to like chug my water, and I was like, you know what? I will make a special like reward just for you, okay, Justice? I don't think I could chug my entire water bottle in one thing, but if maybe I'll make it a high number of points. So can I do that? I imagine it could be physically possible. Would I like to do that? Not particularly, but I would do it as a bit. Yeah, so these sorts of like panels and like scenes where it's just like kind of did it on purpose with this one, but where it's just really like focused on like environment and props, something that I really like to do actually. But I just find it very fun like drawing lived in spaces. Yeah, I guess just thinking about, I feel like between, you know, and I feel like this is going to be a very like pretentious, like not actually hot take or anything like that, but I don't mean it to be. I feel like between like Ari Aster and Jordan Peele are just two directors who do genre films, but they do it in a way that feels really like personal to their own experiences and like styles. And I think that's why they have such like interesting stuff that people are just like, wow. Because I would say, thinking about like Jordan Peele movies, I feel like don't know if like freaked me out is the right word, because I wasn't like scared after watching it, but I feel like of his movies that I'm thinking of off the top of my head, I think Nope is my favorite Jordan Peele movie that I've watched so far. Because it was just like, I don't know, I liked the concept of like the aliens and stuff like that. And again, sort of like, because as I said, I'm almost like, I kind of don't want to describe Nope as being a horror movie. Like, it feels more like a sci-fi story with like horror like elements to it, because there's definitely stuff in it that is like quite awful, but it definitely feels more like a hero story than just like a bleak sort of one. And also I have like, I don't want to say like a personal interest, but it deals with the thing that there's like a showbiz chimp who goes like bananas on set and like kills everybody, and how that was a bad thing, and just sort of the fallout from that years later. Because I am just like, yeah, that do be happening if you have like actor chimps doing things. Also, I'm just somebody who's like, I very much don't understand the inclination that people have to be like, I wish I could own a monkey as a pet, because I'm like, why? Why would you want to do that? Like, on one hand, it's that sort of thing of like, their level of like intelligence and understanding is sort of a thing of like, that feels weird. But also just a thing of like, even if you are like bigger than this animal, you're not stronger than this animal. And like, how easily this animal can literally rip you limb from limb is like, I think we'll pass. I don't think I'm not interested in like owning a primate or a monkey. You know, probably good. Admittedly, unless it was a bush baby, but I watched this anime when I was little that I feel like, I don't know if we got it from like a library or if it was like aired on TV a few times, but it was called Bush Baby, and it was about a girl in, I think, like South Africa, and she has a bush baby for like a pet, and I was just like, oh my god, you know, as a small child, I was like, I want one of those. So I don't like realistically want one, but emotionally, I'm like, I wish I had a bush baby. Honestly, I feel like if I could get, oh, that did a lot of filling in, hold on. Honestly, I feel like if I could get Fern to like ride around on my shoulders, she would be very close to being like a magical girl familiar. That's right. Let's go. Yeah, I could definitely see that later. Yeah, also it's something that I find, you know, is obviously kind of an ongoing learning thing for me, but I generally always try to make my panel stuff look like interesting. So like I usually don't like to just do like, you know, a series of squares that are all like even and like uniform and stuff like that. I like to have things kind of like a little bit off center, like this. Even this being all within like the bleed box is unusual for me. I love doing a panel going off to the side and making things harder to format. But yeah, especially in like kind of like spookier stories. I very much like the idea, and I'm not sure how actually good I am at it, but I feel like it's something that I have at least gotten a bit better at, is like the sort of like page turn sort of pacing and stuff. Just sort of like, how do you do a reveal when it's like, you know, it's all a static image that is like on a page. And also that the person reading has control over when the scare is going to happen, because they can decide to turn the page or not. QR code? What do you mean? Make them look on their phones? Oh, you mean to do a jump scare? That is an idea. I don't know, that's something that I like about like horror comics and stuff like that, of like, you know, that I have objectively read some comics that certainly made me uncomfortable, or like kind of stuck with me when I was done. And I do like the element of it being kind of like, you know, it can't jump scare you exactly, because I'm somebody who does not like being jump scared very much at all. I'm better with it now, but it used to like stress me out so bad, and is a large reason why I didn't like to watch horror movies. But yeah, just that thing of like, it makes it so unique to the media compared to like other ways of like consuming horror stories, I would say. That's funny. My I think it was my sister actually gifted me a big pop-up book of phobias. Yeah, Big Smith is not one of us gorehounds. Hold on, I can probably find the book here. Hello, Fern. One second. Jump scare warning. Well, okay, that is backwards, but pretend it isn't. Sounds like a Tim Burton character. I feel like out of me and my sister, I'm definitely more just a weirdo. Strange and unusual. I'm gonna try and find one that isn't too scary. Don't take suspense well. Okay. I'm gonna try and show you this one. This is for claustrophobia, and I feel like it's not too bad, because you can see that you're not actually in there, but it's like an elevator. Scores hit or miss. Yeah. Oh my god. Rosie's a papa. No one's afraid of Rosie. Who's afraid of Rosie? I'm like, I don't know. I don't know how many of these I can actually show because they're all going to be a little scary to somebody. Yeah, what's that? It's a snake. It's a snake. What's he doing? Wow, Big Smith. Wow. How dare you? Luca, remind me, what is acrophobia? And agoraphobia. I feel like agoraphobia, no. Heights, yes it does. Sorry, there's a spider one and I'm just dumb. So I'm like, even though I know it's not a real spider, I'm like, ah, it's coming right for me. Stop, spider, go away. Hold on, there was one. Where is it? So this is the heights one, so look out. Whoa! So you're like looking at it like, ooh. And the other one was agoraphobia. Yeah, I don't think there is that. I have aerophobia. It's really cool. Yeah, no, it's as I said, it's just like a cool book, but also like going why valid. I'm like, I want to show you guys the spider one, but if it's freaking me out, then I don't want to freak anybody else out. Whoa! Bye, Rosie. Right. Those are some phobias in pop-up form. So yes, I would say that that is like that is like a book jump scare for you right there. Big Smith and Fyra, I need you to collect all your things and be out of the office by the end of the day. No more modding. How dare you say that Jess is weirder than me? Yeah. I guess it depends on what you're using to find a metric for weirdness. Because I guess you don't have to just be like spooky weird to be weird. But just saying. I don't know. Got plenty. What I consider to be a normal thought. Alright. Just know that you have hurt my feelings beyond all belief. Irreparable. As I said, I will concede that you're not adding context. Okay. Fyra, do you think I'm basic? Is that what you're trying to tell me? Because I would argue that... Okay. I was gonna say, because I guess to be fair, all of my siblings are weird. Just depending on in what way. And I suppose I am kind of basic weird when you think about it, so... Hello, Rosie. You're back. Oh my, hello. I do find it a little bit funny, just because, as I said, I feel like, as I said, I don't think you have to be like spooky, creepy, weird to be weird. And perhaps that is the basic version of being weird, I don't know. I don't think, okay. Maybe Jess is weirder because she looked like a normie at first. But apparently I get a lot of weirdness points for... She does have goblin energy. Don't we all in my family? Yeah, I mentioned earlier in the stream, during a slightly more somber topic, that I am one of 4 children. I am the second oldest. I have an older sister and 2 younger brothers, and we are all special. Big Smith, I feel like she doesn't do like the retro clothing quite as much. But it's also that thing of like, you know, if you're working somewhere that has like a uniform or like blah blah blah, then, you know, you kind of have to make those opportunities to be like, do I want to put the effort into like doing like a specific kind of fussy outfit when I have 2 small children? Yeah, that's what I was saying. Fire just, because for people in the chat that we were talking around, my older sister used to, I guess like back in the 2010s, she used to be very into like doing this sort of like pinup retro fashion stuff and like hair and makeup, and I think she was pretty good at it. But the only hating I see Big Smith is telling me I'm not weird enough. Yeah, no. Right. I was just gonna say one of the things that I'm like, I feel like I logically know is weird, but at the same time, I find to be a very unweird like thing that I have done. Um, oh, we're going to an ad. I'll give you a second. Big Smith, admittedly, I do have a hard time picturing you wearing a lot of those like big floofy dresses. Let me know when you're back, Big Smith, since you are my person who tells me when a commercial is on. Thank you, Big Smith. Yes. Just what I was gonna say as far as like weirdness quota that I maintain was not a weird thing to do, but I can see why other people might not do it. When? No, don't do that. Specifically. Guards. Get him. Big Smith is like, I am a guard. I won't get myself. So on mine and boyfriend's like first like in-person date, you know, we ended up talking for a while and he came back to mine and I I don't like that. That just means I have to be more weird. You know, so he ended up coming back to my place so we could like hang out more, and I would say that, you know, I was in a little bit of a vulnerable place that I really wanted to like let him know what he was getting into. And so something that I did so my one cat, Val, was my little tiny baby cat, and she passed away summer of 2022. And I was kind of deciding like how I wanted to like do her like funerary stuff, I guess. And needless to say, I have like a kind of like a keepsake little chest that has all of her skeleton and like a patch of her fur and her whiskers and her heart and, you know, some like paw prints of hers. And, you know, I generally don't like open it up or handle it super often because obviously it's like fragile, but like, you know, just having her little skull and stuff like that I can really clearly see that it's like, yeah, this is definitely like Val. You know, so, you know, brought my now boyfriend back to my place, and on top of all the other sort of like life stuff I was explaining to him, I was like, and here is my cat's remains. Here is her skeleton. This is her head. And I feel like he was pretty cool at the time. But he mentioned later that he's like, I can say that that is the first time that has ever happened to me on a date. And I was a little bit scared, but I was like, you know what? Let's see where this goes. So, but again, as I said, to me, that's not a scary thing to me because it's like, I feel like it was something that brought me a lot of peace while I was mourning the loss of her, you know, because she was so important to me. And having her kept like that kind of made it a little bit easier to heal from. So I don't find that sort of thing scary at all, but I guess I could understand why having a wet specimen of your Deceased cat's heart might be intense to somebody. Big Smith, you say that you want a goth GF, but you wouldn't want to see her dead cat? I don't know. Problematic. I mean, also, to be fair, I didn't just like jump scare him with her skeleton, you know? I like explained to him what it was, and like if you know, I explained what it was and if he would be okay with me showing it to him. You don't want any girlfriend. Alright, well, then I guess continue as you are. Well, if you want a goth BF, same thing. I mean, we've been talking for like 2 weeks, and I don't think it was something that he was like surprised that I had. Yeah, exactly. I don't know, Big Smith, what is the correct amount of time to wait until you show your dead pet to your new date? I mean, for what it's worth, he also got to hang out with my live pets, so, you know. He's not allergic to fern, he's allergic to the cats, but that was also something I said right off the bat. I'm like, you know, I'm getting out of a really long, serious relationship that's kind of fucked me up a bit. I am like 5'8", and I have a lot of cats, so if you are allergic, I would not hold it against you for swiping on, you know. I guess also shout out to my boyfriend though of I would feel like he was just ready, I could tell. Well, and again, it's so funny because like when I like think about it, like my headspace, that like visit, you know, I wasn't thinking that I was like, oh, I'm gonna be so edgy, I'm gonna be so like gonna be so like weird, I'm gonna like see if this freaks him out. I was legitimately just like, this is something that is really like emotionally important for me, and I want to share that with you, you know. So again, it's like it wasn't even a thing that I was like, this might be like freaky or like creepy or anything like that. I was just like, you know. and I stand by it. So, but yeah, no, he's a real MVP, because I would say bigger deal than seeing my cat skeleton on the first date. Is that last year when I had to go visit my family for Christmas, he came and checked in on the cats every day while I was gone, despite being allergic to them and like doing the litter and stuff like that. And we'd been dating for like a month at that point, so that was something that I was really like, you know, I was like, are you sure? Like, it would be helpful because you don't live that far away, but I also know that you're allergic to cats and this is kind of a big favor, you know? And he was like, no, I'll do it, and he did it. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like he had a lot of them. And he, well, not to say that he doesn't have them anymore, but you know, when you're first getting to know someone, that's usually when, it's true, very cat-like behavior on my part. I mean, I don't mind talking about this if you guys are curious. It's, I guess, like my friends and stuff know about it, but I guess haven't explicitly talked about it. But as I said, I don't mind talking about it at this point. So admittedly, I actually, I didn't know my boyfriend. No, it's okay. As I said, it's like, I mean, one of the things that was kind of like tricky with me seeing somebody new and like wanting to share that and being like feeling happy about that, but also being like, you know, kind of was a thing of I had not told people that me and my now ex-husband had separated, and kind of that thing of being like, I feel like I want to like give that update before I be like, this is my new boyfriend, you know. So now that that cat is out of the bag and I can like talk about him anyways. And again, I don't know why I'm like, I feel weird like saying his name on stream, considering I like tag him and stuff on like Instagram and everything like that, you know. So for the sake of the story, boyfriend is Nick. So I basically got into like, I never have been on a dating app. I've never been on a dating app before, and I was like trying to choose one because I was like, I don't know, the legal. Oh my god! As I said, I tag him in all my other shit. He doesn't care. Big Smith. Yes, he is findable at this point. We already kind of like made that decision that we were okay with that. So I ended up signing up for a dating app called Boo that I literally was like, I was trying to pick one and I was like, I feel like I know these other like apps that like I've heard my friends haven't had a lot of success on, or just like I've heard kind of like not good things about, and so literally the thing that decided it was that its logo was a ghost. And you know, I went on and I made a profile, and for what it's worth, I feel like as somebody who does not have experience with other dating apps, so you know, I don't know how like actually special this is or whatever, I liked the sort of like how you set up your profile on Boo, just because it asks a lot of kind of like personality questions and like things that I felt were helpful at a glance for me to be like, you know, do I feel like me and this stranger would be compatible? And also I got to take personality quizzes, so you know. Like I literally, I think I maybe like chatted for like very, very briefly, like a few like back and forths with somebody on there. And I was kind of like, oh, well, alrighty then. And then like Nick and I swiped on each other and we started talking, like, you know, and we haven't stopped talking. So it's, you know, again, one of those things where I was really trying to sort of like temper my expectations, or just like, you know, not to say like set a low bar for a new person, but just kind of be like, you know, this is like very soon. And like, but just kind of trying to be like, both trying to not psych myself out by being like, you know, oh, this is this or this isn't this, but also not being like, you know, not having no expectations in the way of being like, oh, you know, if somebody treats me like shit, then that's fine. Because I feel like that's definitely something that I have learned lessons from, and I have boundaries now that I didn't have for a long time. But yeah, no, like that, it was one of those things that I was like, you know, we basically like started talking and we were both like, as I said, we talked for I think like maybe like 2 weeks over text, but we were like, you know, we were texting like every fucking day, like all the time, and like just very much like energy matching kind of stuff, and like very similar sense of humor, and like you know, that I was nervous about meeting him because I was like, I don't know, I feel like we get along really well through text, and I know that that's not always the case in real life. Or the thing of like, you know, what if I don't think they're hot in real life? So both of those things ended up being okay. I think that Nick is a very attractive, talented, just generally good person, and yeah, I feel very lucky that I met him. Because I'm still trying to sort of have that attitude of like, you know, not trying to put huge pressure on myself or us as a couple, but also to be sort of like, you know, I think this is a good thing, and like I'm allowed to have a good thing, if that makes sense. You know, just kind of seeing what happens. Yeah. But we joke, we're like, yeah, you really got into the ground floor here. Like, I was literally on the app, like, I finished my profile, and the biggest thing that I was upset about at that point, because apart from the official crumbling of my marriage, was was that I actually went, and once I finished my profile, I paid for like whatever a subscription was. It was worth like 30 bucks. So it wasn't like crazy expensive, and I think it was like for like a few months at least. But you know, to get like the premium account. And then I go and I like match with this person, and we're like, cool, we're good. and I kind of asked him, like, you know, trying to be casual and being like, you know, how's your experience been using this app? Yes. And he had also said, you know, unprompted, I would like to say, because I realized that this could sound like somebody was just saying this. But I asked him like how his experience had been using like Boo, because I had never heard of it before. Also, I feel like sponsored by Boo. I'm not, but Boo, if you want to sponsor me, success story. Oh my god. Yeah, no, nobody's sponsoring me, sadly. But they could. But when I asked him like his experience on the app, he's like, you're like pretty much the first person I'm talking to. Like, I signed up tonight. Like I just finished making my profile, and I was like, bro, don't say that. Don't tell me that. Because I was like, that's too much. And I was just like, I mean, at least Nick didn't pay for the app, so he did me one better than me. But just that sort of thing of like, I would consider it a bit of a meet cute, because it's like, you know, I feel like it happened when it was supposed to happen, you know? Yeah. So, and again, I feel like I'm at a point right now where I don't have to be in this headspace so much, but like legitimately, while I was talking to him and stuff like that, I was trying to be very like, you know, it's okay if this is just like, you know, just a thing that happens for a little while, and maybe I don't want to like have the expectation that it has to be for like a long time, or it has to be like we are going to be boyfriend and girlfriend. You know, but yeah, we ended up being on the same page, and like we were, both of us decided pretty early on that it was like, we had that conversation of being like, yeah, I haven't been like talking to anybody else, like, you know, I basically stopped using the app once we switched to like WhatsApp. So just that we were both very like, yeah, we're good. I think we got what we want right now, so we're good. spending a lot of time drawing this area. I will say that I sometimes feel like he might have had the wrong idea about me initially, because he likes to say that I'm like scary, and I'm like, I am not scary. I am so not a scary person. Intimidating? Yes, I will take intimidating. Oh yeah, Brian Branda? Yeah. Yeah, well, and like I also tried to keep my like I basically only had like one picture on my profile because I was like, you know, as I was doing it, I was like, I just kind of want to like, you know, see what's out there in my area, what kind of hot singles are are trying to reach me. But I like really didn't have any like expectations of being like, you know, like seriously talking to somebody or like immediately clicking with somebody, because I was just like, you know what? Again, I don't want to put that pressure on me or anybody else, so just kind of seeing what happens. More likely than you might think. But yeah, so I basically like I had like one picture of me on there, and then I had like I had like 4 or 5 memes that I felt were on brand and like representative of my emotional state, that like if somebody thought that they were funny, I feel like that would be a good sign to be like, you know, we probably would have like at least like getting along a sort of sense of humor if you know, and if they think it's weird, well, they can also think that. They are allowed, but I thought it was pretty fucking hilarious, so I used my like spookiest, dumbest memes that I had, as well as the sort of like ones that are like a feral woman going through it. Oh my god, I'm like, oh, my fun isn't out here. Okay, well, they're not like, did you not know that face? Oh my god, I'm like, I'm wondering how easily I can pull it up. And it worked. I know it was good advertising, that's what I'm saying. Because as I said, it's that sort of thing of like, you know, you can write descriptions about yourself, but really, the memes that are important to you, you know, the memes will create that connection. The memes are the things that like are true to your soul. You can't be insincere with memes. But you know, also just kind of like asking my friends afterwards, because I was like, I don't know, like, is this normal? Is this weird? Because I was like, maybe there would have been many people like Nick that I could have found that like that I locked into the first one, and my friends just being like, yeah, no, I think there's less Nicks on dating apps than one might like, so I don't think you made the wrong call. Church of Memes never lies. I remember one time in one of my friend group chats, we did a thing where we were just like, basically, we went and we were sending each other like curated memes to be like, this set of memes that I have saved to my phone, this is you, so and so. And honestly, such a love language thing, you know, just being like, this meme, this is you, this is your vibe, this is your brand. There you go. As I said, I kind of want to pull them up, just because, as I said, I was like, genius idea, big brain, galaxy brain even. And I do feel like they were good at like describing where I was at in a way that I maybe couldn't or didn't want to do, just like by writing out things about myself. Just like, where did I leave my phone? put my phone somewhere and I'm not too sure where. It was charging before, but I think it was no longer doing that, so. Also, I realize it's like 8 o'clock, but I'm kind of like, I kind of want to keep working a bit longer, so. Is that against the rules if I stream a bit longer? Yeah, I mean, mostly keeping to a schedule for like a start and an end time is kind of a thing to avoid getting too manic about doing stuff like this. But I feel like this is like... Yes, that is how it worked. Also, the thing on his profile that made me specifically interested in chatting with him, because a lot of the stuff was like interesting, but I was kind of like, okay, was that he listed one of his specific dislikes as being the first past the post voting system, and I was like, wow, me too. We have so much in common. Abolish first past the post voting. Because again, it's one of those things where, like, you know, admittedly, I didn't put that on my profile. But just the fact that somebody else did, I was like, oh my god, I didn't know that we were allowed to put that. I am making this glass really detailed for no reason. Hey, Rosie? Okay, hold on. I'm gonna leave you guys in the care of Rosie for a moment while I go and try and find my phone so I can show you guys my S tier memes that I used. Ready, Rosie? Rosie, you're in charge. I am going to show the memes in probably the least good way possible, because I'm gonna be like, look at my phone.